Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's committee meeting. I want to call to order the General Law Committee's first JF meeting for Wednesday, March 11th. We have a robust agenda here with about 23 bills on the agenda. We're going to move this relatively quickly. There's a lot going on in the building today. A lot of committees are active and engaged on some hot button issues. We know members would otherwise be in and out quite a bit. So to protect people's time and interest in bills that are under consideration in other committees, we wanted to respect that by moving as quickly as we possibly could. It is a JF meeting. I am from New Haven. That means there's Lucibello's after the fact for folks who are interested in some cannolis and pastries and some wonderful cookies. We've got to take care of people on JF days. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the chair of the committee and the head of today's committee meeting, Senator Maroney.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Lamar. We're looking forward to getting to work with today's meeting. I didn't know if the rankings, if Representative Ritigliano or Senator Ciccarella had anything to say before we get started. Okay, let's get going. Our plan is to have another JF meeting next Monday, which we will announce the details later. But okay, with that, let's move to item number 1 on the agenda. Item number 1 is Senate Bill 116, an act concerning the prevention of human trafficking. It basically, there are existing requirements on training for lodging, so for hotels to help prevent trafficking, and this adds some teeth to the enforcement, and it allows for the enforcement to be done by municipalities like we had done in the vaping bill, I think, previously. So with that, I'd entertain
I would make that motion.
Okay.
I'm online. Kathy Austin.
Senator Austin. So entertain a motion to JFS to the floor, Senate Bill 116, an act concerning the prevention of human trafficking, LCO number 2860. And I believe that the motion was made by Senator Austin, second by Representative Luxembourg. Is there any discussion? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do appreciate this legislation. I think anything that we can do to eliminate this would be fantastic. And we got to meet with the hotel recently. The only question I had was on line 20 of this, which is access. What is reasonable hours? I mean, if I was looking to do an inspection, I don't know. A hotel runs 24 hours. So what would be the example of it? I would think that if you would look possibly at an overnight hours or something. What would be the thought on what that is? And the opportunity for municipality without notice to go in and do these inspections, I would imagine. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
So can you hold which line number again?
20. I've got LCO 2860. What LCO are we on? I know when you get this.
2860.
Yep.
Line 20, have access to and may enter and inspect at all reasonable hours. In each location where may be necessary. That's a good question on the reasonable hours. We could look to clarify that. My assumption is that it would be traditional business hours or 9 to 5, but we can look to clarify that after.
Yeah, I'm going to support this legislation. I would think a hotel reasonable hours would be from 5 p.m. on, be honest with you, but that's my thought. So I would think that the municipality would want to have, and I know it's a May for them to do some of these things. So I do appreciate the legislation and we'll be in full support of it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion on this bill? Is this one consentable?
I was going to make a motion to start a consent calendar, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and so we have a motion to create a consent calendar. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so the consent calendar has been created. Is there any objection to moving this item number 1, JFS to the floor, LCO 2860, to the consent calendar? Hearing no objection, the item is added to the consent calendar, and thank you to Senator Austin for bringing this concept to us. Item number 2, Senate Bill 117, we are going to hold that, and we will have that on our meeting next week. Item number 3, Senate Bill 118, an act concerning baby food products and toxic heavy metals. I'd entertain a motion to JFS this to the floor with LCO 2972.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Representative Lamar. Is there a second? Second by Representative Osborne. Is there? Oh, okay. Are there any questions?
Get the button. There we go. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. Yeah. So I do have a question, like starting on line 74, right? So if a heavy metal is subject to an action level or regulatory limit, all right, and you read on, it says, shall display on the container the following statement, information about the toxic level on the QR code. So then you have to add a QR code to the container. So you're still able to sell it once it hits the action level. You just have to notify the people through a QR code on the label. Is the way I'm reading it?
So the QR code is required on the label, and this is a bill that's passed in Maryland and Virginia, so it's not necessarily a new requirement for the baby food companies. That will bring you to the internet website where they're displaying all of the information. But I believe if we look up at, just give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
I've opened the wrong one.
Reading it wrong.
So from lines 38 through 41, it says no person shall manufacture, sell, distribute, or offer for sale baby food product that contains a toxic heavy metal in any amount that exceeds the applicable limit established by the Federal Food and Drug Administration. So the test results are meant to more indicate what was found in there if it's below the acceptable limit.
Mhm. All right. But it does say if the product is tested and subject to an action level, which means that it's over. Am I wrong? I mean, yeah, it's just that it's confusing to me. Yeah.
Yeah, hold it.
So I guess the idea is you want the QR code on there so you can scan it, go to the website and see what
The
test results are.
information, see all of the test results.
Yes. so
Correct.
that makes sense. I'm just not sure that's what this says.
You just stand at these for a moment.
Mhm. No, you can't sell it if it's over. So it does say that, which is good. All right.
So by the metal that is subject to an action level means that it's one of the metals that we are testing for, right? So it's subject to an act. So instead of listing out the specific
Okay.
metals, we're saying that the FDA has put an action level on these metals. And so that's what it's intended for. So I'm sorry if it was
Okay.
confusing
So if
before.
If
If
the
it-
metal is subject to an action level, then it has to be included in the report.
In the
We'll get through
report. Correct.
All right.
But you can't sell it if it's above the action level.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions on this one? Is there any objection to adding this to the consent calendar? Okay, so hearing no objection, and it is added to the consent calendar. All right, next is item number 119, an act concerning used motor vehicle warranties. It is a JF to the floor. I'd entertain a motion to JF item number 4, Senate Bill 119 to the floor.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Representative Lamar, seconded by Representative Vitigliano. Is there any discussion on this one? Representative Vitigliano.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. We put this on the consent calendar.
I do have a quick
Oh,
question.
sorry.
Okay,
Yep. Um, So I understand what we're trying to accomplish here and making sure, we're doing our job, paying attention to consumer protection issues. Understand there are some bad actors in every profession, maybe in the used car business. But I do notice in this bill, it raises the amount of mileage and time that the warranty would be in place. And I just understand what we're trying to accomplish here, but I just have some concerns, and I'd like to flesh those out before we move it along a little bit further, just to make sure that while trying to help people that are trying to find a used car, an affordable car, we're not going to make it, more expensive, because the person selling this vehicle is going to have to take on that longer risk, that unknown, especially when they're a little bit older. You don't know what's going on. I think that might change the price of the vehicle moving forward. So something I just want to pay attention to. I do understand the intent. We can put it on consent, but as we said earlier, we'll continue to discuss, this and make sure there's not an unintended consequence.
Great, thank you. And understand your concern, and we will work with you before that comes to the floor of the Senate. And part of the reason for updating the mileage in the years is that the newer cars are more durable, right? And these limits were set years, if not decades ago. So it's just modernizing as well. But thank you for that. So is there any objection to adding this to the consent calendar? Hearing none, item number 4 is added to the consent calendar. Okay, next is item number 5, Senate Bill 228. I'd entertain a motion to JFS to this item to the floor with LCO number 2919.
So moved.
Moved by Representative Lamar, seconded by Representative Vitigliano. Is there any discussion? Okay, is there any objection to adding this item to the consent calendar?
I'd like to place this item on the consent calendar.
Great. Hearing no objection, item number 5 is placed on the consent calendar. Okay, item number 6, an act concerning Department of Consumer Protection's recommendations regarding liquor control. I'd entertain a motion to JFS this item to the floor with LCO 2923.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Moved by Representative Lamar, seconded by Representative Vitigliano. We understand that there are some current concerns about a part of this bill where it would prevent someone who is under the age of 21 from owning a restaurant. We will work for clarification to see if that's just from being the permittee or on the, actually being an owner of the restaurant. And we'll work with that as we get out of the committee process.
Real quick. I appreciate the chair's commitment to working the bill. It was just a minor clarification that anybody under 21 can hold a liquor permit, but in order to get a liquor permit, you have to disclose who owns the business. And so now we're saying that somebody under 21 can't own the business. I think we had conversations in caucus where if you wanted to not have a minor be a permittee, which doesn't necessarily have to own the business, we think that's an acceptable compromise, but yet allow somebody under 21 to actually own the business would be a good thing. So we'll probably put this on consent for today, but I appreciate the commitment to fix the bill. Thank you.
Okay, so item number 6. Is there any objection to adding this to consent? Hearing no objection, item number 6, JFS LCO 2923 will be added to the consent calendar. Item number 7, Senate Bill 231, an act concerning Department of Consumer Protection's recommendations for cannabis regulation. I would entertain a motion to JFS to this item to the floor with LCO 2963.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Representative Lamar. Is there a second? Second by Representative Luxembourg. Is there any objection to adding this item to the consent calendar? But first, is there any discussion? Okay, no discussion. Now, is there any objection to adding this to the consent calendar? Hearing none, item number 7 will be added to the consent calendar. Item number 8, Senate Bill 232, an act concerning streaming video services and the volume of commercial advertisements. This is a JF I would entertain a motion to JF this item to the floor.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Representative Lamar, seconded by Representative Vitigliano. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Is there any objection to adding this to the consent calendar? All right, hearing none. Item number 8, Senate Bill 232 is added to the consent calendar. item number 9, Senate Bill 233, an act concerning solar contractors and consumer protections regarding solar energy. I would entertain a JFS for this to the floor with LCO 2927.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
It's been moved
Second.
by Representative Lamar, seconded by Representative Turco. Previously, there was some controversy about this bill, Section 1, which would have removed an exemption for the installation of solar cells. That item is no longer in the bill. It is now just purely consumer protections. With that, is there any further discussion on the bill? Yes, Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the work on this. There was some people that weighed in on some other language changes. Were there any other language changes in the consumer protection component at all?
Yes, so there were a few language changes. The changes, one was the hours, right? So before we had said that the hours would only be for knocking, permissible knocking would be 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. We added it up to 8 p.m. Or if the municipality has a more restrictive ordinance,
Okay.
that was one of the changes. Hold on, I'm getting to my notes. It added battery storage to the bill. So instead of just the photovoltaic cells, it adds battery storage in
Under
there.
the consumer protection component, Mr. Chair, under the
Consumer
protection. Yep,
protection,
yep,
correct.
Okay.
Yep, and then has OCC create the consumer handbook that must be given to consumers, so it clarifies that they don't need to print that, that it would be available on the website, and then that the contractors would print that. And it requires, and this is from the existing bill, so it's not a change, but it requires the residential solar sales to have an ID with them. And I'm trying to, I think those are the keys for this.
And unfortunately, what I have for notes were by the old lines, and I apologize for that, Mr. Chair. But the size of the size of this system was,
That section was eliminated, that section was entirely eliminated where we had the exemption regarding it.
okay, that was the old stuff. Okay,
Yep.
yep, and the hours, okay. And yeah, I think the one with the good move was, yeah, go to a website rather than print off. And I know that DCP would supply, they could supply all the books for us if they would like to. But thank you for the clarification on this, and I'm in support of this legislation.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion? Consent, okay. Is there any objection to placing item number 9, Senate Bill 233, LCO 2927 on the consent calendar? Hearing none, item number 9 is added to the consent calendar. Okay, next is item number 10, Senate Bill number 322, an act establishing a task force to study issues relating to consumer protection and occupational licensing. I would entertain a motion to JF this to the floor.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
The item has been moved by Representative Lamar. Is there a second? So, yeah.
Second.
Representative Ritigliano seconds it, and Representative, is there any discussion? Representative Ackert.
I'm sorry I had to weigh in on a lot of bills here, but this is my favorite committee. Unlike the other two, maybe placeholders, this bill here actually has no objectives at all in section 1, like the other two. At least they have something. So I will be voting no on this. So I will ask for. a
I
vote on this
understand,
bill.
yeah. So we'll have a roll call vote. This is
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
placeholder bill. And
The others actually
I
have
understand the
something we're supposed to
concern.
do. If you
Yeah.
look at section 1, there's really nothing to do. And I do think occupational licenses should be reviewed. Consumer Protection's doing a great job. They do not need to be, no, kidding. So, yes, please vote on this one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Ciccarella.
Thank you. And I completely understand what the good representative was saying, and it's something that I normally do not like to do as well. You know, when we're going to get something out of committee, we want to make sure that we understand what it is. But we do have such a great working relationship with our chairs, and you know, this is a very complicated committee. There's a lot of moving parts, and sometimes things fall through the cracks, and we only have one crack at this each year. And I feel comfortable voting this out. in this committee, but it is something that I normally would not do. I don't know if that's a compliment to you guys, maybe, I don't know. And hopefully maybe if we need to get something done, maybe they'll let us use it. So I just wanted to make that comment, and I do normally agree with you. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you very much. Is there any further discussion on this? Okay, hearing none. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on Senate Bill 322?
Okay, motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor. Senate Bill 32, an act establishing a task force to study issues relating to consumer protection and occupational licensing. Senator Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Representative Lamar,
Okay. Oh, Madam Clerk, can you just clarify that this is Senate Bill 322?
sorry. Okay, let me read the bill name again. This is item 10, Senate Bill 3322, an act establishing a task force to study issues relating to consumer protection and occupational licensing, and we are JFing to the floor. Senator Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Representative Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Fanfara, Representative Turco,
Turco votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella,
Yes.
Representative Vertigliano, Representative Ackert, Representative Ali Brennan,
Ali Brennan votes yes.
Representative Aniskovic, Senator Gadkar Wilcox.
Senator Gadkar Wilcox votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Gibson, Representative Jensen,
Rep. Jensen votes no.
Senator Kissel, Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg,
Yes.
Representative Martinez, Representative Osborne.
I just.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Representative Martinez. I didn't realize you're there. If you wouldn't mind turning your camera on. Okay, we'll get her later. Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Paolillo,
Yes.
Representative Pemberton, Representative Santos,
Santos votes yes.
and Representative Yacarino.
Yes.
Okay, anyone whose name I did not call? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, next is House Bill 5037, an act promoting the safety of minors on social media platforms. I would entertain a motion to JF this to the floor.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
The item has been moved by Representative Lamar, seconded by Representative Vertigliano. Is there any discussion? Representative Vertigliano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, although generally in support of the bill, some questions have been raised about exactly which companies this would apply to. Is it a social media company, and would it apply to sort of Snapchat or YouTube or possibly even a dating app? Which so it was really in the definition of media. Media, it said the word image. And I guess somebody's profile picture could be an image. I just didn't know if you had any clarification with that, or if those are our intended targets of the bill.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative Vertigliano. So a Snapchat, a direct message my reading would not be, because there's not an algorithm, it's just you're sending a message. YouTube, the way it is defined in here, would be considered because it's providing content that is rated or ranked. And then a dating app, my reading of the bill would not be drawn in, but we can work after the process to do further clarification or work with the authors of the bill on the intent. Again, we want to protect people under the age of 18. So to the extent that the dating apps allow people under the age of 18, we think there should be protections, but we'll have to work to clarify what those protections are and who, if they are or are not drawn in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. There was some discussion or some information provided about other states being sued over similar legislation. Could you speak to any of that? Not that I don't believe that our intention here is what we're looking to do and protect youth. How is there legislation out there that may be, that's similar to ours that may be under litigation?
Yeah, my understanding is, I believe, New York State passed a similar bill that this is modeled after. New York State bill requires their AG to put forth regulations before it will go into effect. So I do not believe it has been sued yet. There have been a variety of lawsuits against various children's protections in different states, some in Texas and California, for different issues, some around the age verification or other issues. But I'm not sure to this specific, legislation. There are maybe Representative Turco, I know you've been working on this bill, if you have any further comments.
Sure, I'll just comment on the lawsuits to answer Representative Acker's question. It's my understanding in talking to the AG's office, and the chairman was right. There have been a number of lawsuits brought by tech companies against states for legislation they've passed, and so far, none of those lawsuits have resulted in overturning of those state laws. Now, some have not been adjudicated yet, and they're still going through the process, but to date, there hasn't been anything that would restrict anything that we're doing in this bill. But the Attorney General's office actually worked very closely looking at those lawsuits to craft this bill to hopefully withstand, even if those other states are overturned, by crafting very carefully the protections in here according to state and federal law. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. I appreciate your work on this and look forward to supporting this legislation as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Retigliano.
Mr. Chairman, with that discussion and the fact that you'll continue to work on the bill and cut out who's not the intended target, we would offer this for the consent calendar.
Great. Is there any objection to adding this item to the consent calendar? All right, hearing none, item number 11 is moved to the consent calendar. Item number 12, House Bill 5125, an act concerning event tickets. I would entertain a motion to JFS this bill to the floor with LCO 2958. Moved by Representative Turco, seconded by Representative Retigliano. Is there any discussion? Okay, is there any objection to adding this item to the consent calendar? All right, hearing none, item number 12 is moved to the consent calendar. Item number 13, House Bill 5126, the annual tech revisions bill, where we continue the war on the Oxford comma. I would entertain a motion to JF this to the floor. Moved. Let me get out my MLA handbook. I will see. Okay, the item was moved by Representative Labar, seconded by Senator Ciccarella. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Is there any objection to adding this item to the consent calendar? Okay, hearing none. Item number 13 is added to the consent calendar. Item number 14, House Bill 5127, an act concerning medical credit cards. I would entertain a motion to JFS to this bill to the floor with LCO number 2945.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Representative Turco, seconded by Representative Lamar. Is there any discussion? Okay, Senator Ciccarella, and then, okay, Representative Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for allowing me to speak on this first. If the chairman and the committee will just indulge me, I'd just like to go over some of the components of the bill, especially since we have JFS language, just so there's clarity on exactly what we're voting for, what's in it and what it's not. Maybe at the end of the conversation and any questions I can answer, we'll decide to move this to consent. The issue came to this committee based on numerous complaints from Connecticut residents and across the country on the National Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, from residents who testified here, advocates, consumer protection groups like Consumer Reports, with the complaints that patients feel that the offering and the solicitation of these medical credit card products, which start at 33% interest and could go even higher, can sometimes have confusing terms and conditions, and people end up paying significantly more for getting vital health care that they need. So because of that confusion, we even had a Connecticut resident from Hartford testify here that she was under anesthesia when she was asked to sign up for this product and didn't even really know what she was signing up for, that they're signing up for a third-party product because there might be co-branding marketing materials from that healthcare provider, and it just becomes confusing. So what I really tried to do with this bill, and I think the JFS language helps because we heard from different providers and different people testifying, where they had some concerns with the bill, and I tried to address this to really strike a balance between protecting consumers from any potential deception, but not limiting the choice for consumers with the payment products that might work best for them. And 3 states have already passed this legislation. So let me be clear that nothing in this bill prohibits a consumer, a patient, from using a medical credit card as their form of payment. Even with 30-something% interest and confusing terms and conditions, nothing prohibits the consumer from using it. It does prohibit healthcare vet providers from doing the advertising, the soliciting, the promoting, the co-branding that, from what we heard, can feel deceptive at times from patients. Now, medical providers in this JFS language will be allowed to put the symbol right there next to Amex and MasterCard that they accept these products. And if a consumer says to the person at the front desk or says to the provider, can you tell me about this medical credit card product? The bill allows then, when the consumer asks for the information, for the healthcare provider to give them all the marketing materials. So what the bill is trying to do is not have the providers be credit card salespeople, to not steer people towards a product that might not be in their best interest. There may be other forms of payment for the care that they need or their pets need that could be more financially conducive to their situation. But if they ask about the product because they see the symbol there or they saw a TV commercial or a social media post, the provider's free to give them all of the materials they need to sign up for the product. Another thing that we did in the JFS language based on Senator Ciccarella and former State Rep Chris Davis's testimony is regarding situations when it's emergencies, especially in regards to pets. We were told by Synchrony Bank when they testified that people are not supposed to be signed up and using these products in emergency rooms and emergency situations. And I believe that's true when it comes to care of humans, right? The provider's not saying, well, let me see your payment before I treat you for a life-threatening situation. But with pets, and I know this from my personal experience, you have the dog there at the vet, it swallowed a bunch of Legos, the dog's life is being threatened. Unfortunately, some veterinarians, they want that payment before they're going to do anything, or the dog can die there. So we put in the bill in situations like that for an emergency, the veterinarian will be able to say, hey, I think you need this product to be able to pay for this, without having to be solicited for that information to address that concern. But some other important things I think the bill does, it says that providers cannot get financial compensation for helping people sign up for the cards. They can't charge the credit card before the services are provided, because that starts the clock ticking with that deferred interest and that retroactive 33% interest from the first day. They can't charge the credit card if they know that this service is provided under Medicaid, Medicare, or the individual's private insurance. So, Mr. Chairman, I think there are some important components in here that we need in the state of Connecticut to protect the constituents we represent from, signing up for these cards when it might not be the best product for them, for ensuring proper transparency and disclosure, but also at the same time allowing the consumer the choice, allowing the consumer to ask about the product, receive it, and in times of emergencies, to be assured that they will receive information with these payment products. So I hope this was a good balance with this JFS language. I will continue to work with members of this committee, members of the public, advocacy groups, and everyone else involved to fine-tune the language even more if needed before it comes out on the floor. So thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Turco, and thank you for all of your work on this important bill. And right, trying to strike that balance between consumer protection and allowing for choice. Senator Ciccarello.
Thank you. And I appreciate what the good representative's trying to do. We heard some stories from constituents talking about their experiences. And again, this committee, really is about consumer protection, and we take that seriously. When diving into this, trying to understand some of the scenarios that we heard from the constituents, it seemed like there were bad actors within an establishment, not bad actors within a loaning institution or a banking institution or a credit card company. People providing, this option of payment instead of billing their correct insurance so they wouldn't have to pay out of their pocket. People, signing something or agreeing to use this card for payment while under anesthetic. There's laws that stop that type of stuff from happening now. And I didn't really see where the actual institution was doing something wrong. Right now, it is extremely expensive to be living. A lot of people live paycheck to paycheck. People have their credit cards that are maxed out. And I experienced this firsthand just after getting married. Both of my dogs within a 3-month span, both had major vet surgeries. It probably was well over 20 grand. And I was explained it could be 0%. But if I didn't make all the payments in a year, just like if I went to Jordan's Furniture or another place and financed it, that compound interest would be there. And I understood what that was. That's why financial literacy in schools is so important. But I understood it, and it worked out for me. And it's long run, it was cheaper than having a credit card bill, and having to pay interest each month and not paying it off. So those options that are there are great. I understand that this isn't going to stop the credit card companies from being able to offer the service. But my understanding is, especially from the examples, these are bad actors that are in establishments that maybe don't want the reimbursement rate of the insurance because it's less, or, trying to get someone to get a cosmetic surgery and they're all loopy on, some narcotic. Those are bad actors. And we need to make sure we start focusing on the people that are committing the bad acts and not roping in, other institutions or other people or other law-abiding businesses. We see that a lot here. Not to get out of this committee, but we see some bills in judiciary with manufacturing of a product, and people are using it incorrectly, and now they're going to make it illegal for even the people that are possessing it lawfully. It just doesn't seem to make sense. And that's my concern. And I have great pride and privilege of working with you. You're completely willing to work on the issues. I know you tried to get some S language to address some of the concerns. But I just think that this is an example of possibly trying to help people, but then having an unintended consequence. Because if they decide not to offer these services, then people like myself, my wife, we wouldn't have that option to save our 2 dogs at the time. We simply couldn't have afforded it. So I have really serious concerns about it. Again, applaud your effort to protect the constituents that reached out to you. But I just want to try to think of that back end and all of the people that did use it successfully and didn't have to pay interest for a year. Interest is expensive. I do get that it is a high interest rate. It's a risk because some people might not pay it. So I'm sure they're just hedging their bets kind of with the auto dealers, the used dealers selling the vehicles. They're going to have to now tack on a little bit more to cover the possibility of a loss. And that's why the interest rate is probably so high. So it's definitely something that I'm extremely concerned about. And I don't know if this is an opportunity for questions and answers, but I know when you tried to do this S language and make a couple of changes to address the emergency concerns, my understanding is if it isn't an emergency, that they wouldn't be able to prepay for the service. Can I, through the chair, can I ask that question if that is the way I'm seeing it?
Yeah,
You don't mind?
Senator Chicarella, Representative Turco, would you like to answer? Would you like me to?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, the bill says that a provider should not be charging the medical credit card before, because like you mentioned, Senator, the medical credit card starts with that deferred interest. So it could be a 6 months, it could be a year, it could be 18 months. If you don't pay back the balance in full, you get charged the interest retroactively on the original balance. What the bill is trying to protect consumers, and this is because of consumer complaints. We're not trying to find a problem, but this has happened. Somebody gets, makes the appointment. They're going to have a service in a month from now. They get charged at that point. Then they go get the service, and now they're either, only have 5 months left or 11 months left to pay it off. So we're trying to say is you have to wait until the service is actually provided to charge the card to give people the full amount of that deferred interest time period. So that's what we're trying to do here.
Got it. And I get that. And I see why that does make sense. Again, I'm thinking of, I guess maybe I'm an animal lover. I keep thinking about the dog situation where they will not take the dog in and provide any life-saving measures without getting a payment. Again, there's risk there. If the dog, God forbid, doesn't make it, the person's gonna be like, well, you didn't do a good job. I'm not paying you. And then we could see some problems there. But I do completely understand what you're saying. Someone has a scheduled, medical procedure, maybe veneers or LASIK, gets postponed and they pre-charged. I would believe that the doctor's office would probably charge like when they come in to get the service, but I would want to make sure that somebody isn't being charged for something, then getting it 6 months later and is losing the opportunity to pay it off. But again, if they know they're going to get it, they're going to get it. They can start paying that even though they didn't get the service. So I see what you're trying to do, and I appreciate you trying to make that attempt. But it's still something that is really concerning for me. Just even for two people to agree on something, it's fair, it's transparent. I just think that we're kind of really reaching in, when there should be a private contract between, two people or a person and a business. And if they're doing so transparently and they're not doing those bad acts like the establishments may be, that I think this may be a little bit of an overreach. And, just lastly with the emergency service specifically to dogs, again, I'm stuck on the dogs here. So if I went to the vet, the dog got hit by the vehicle and they're like, I don't know how much it's going to be exactly, but I know it's going to at least be 10 grand. Here, you have to pay before I put this dog in the OR. Would I be able to utilize the card to do that on that date?
Yeah, nothing in the bill restricts you from being able to do that. Consumers have complete control to use the cards any way they want to do it under current law in this bill.
Got it. It's just as far as just offering this as that option, unless it is an emergency.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, the vet is not supposed to, offer these cards unless the customer asked about them, unless it's an emergency.
Got it. Okay, that's definitely give and take in a middle ground, and I do appreciate that. And lastly, just with this S language, that the credit card companies, other credit card companies, I believe are getting pulled into this. I don't know if that was intentional, but when it talks about like paying at the time of the service or after the service is rendered, was that intended to actually rope in all of the credit cards or just these care credit cards?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So it's not something I necessarily wanted to do, but we heard testimony here from the medical practices, the vets, the dental practices, that they're not able to know when there's sometimes a medical credit card versus a regular credit card. So we had to broaden that definition in this for this particular bill to say, well, you shouldn't charge any type of credit card that has deferred interest or deferred principal for before the actual service is provided, because those other services, the interest is going to start as soon as the card is charged as well. So in this case, it did expand because of the testimony we received.
Got it. And last question, that this is only to medical and vets.
Yes, healthcare providers, which would be medical, dental, vision, and veterinarian. Yeah, and anyone else that falls under a healthcare provider.
Got it. So if somebody had an emergency with their, heater in the middle of the winter and they need to get paid to come out to perform the service, this doesn't factor in any of that. It's just for this medical, dental, vision, vets.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman. That's exactly right. It doesn't regulate the same company that produces these cards produces the Lowe's, TJ Maxx, Brooks Brother, all those other cards you can sign up for. It does not regulate any of those. Only we're talking about medical care.
Got it. Okay, I get it. I truly appreciate what you're trying to do. I just would hope to look for another way to try to solve that problem and those bad actors that are maybe abusing a product. And I look forward to work with you on that. At this point, I'm going to be voting no to flag it. And I hope that we could find a way to work together to really help the constituents that came to you without trying to, or possibly creating unintended consequences for businesses and people that may need that type of a option, especially with the cost of living being high and all of those things that I said. We don't want to take away those options if we don't have to. So I thank you for answering my questions. Thank you to the chair.
Thank you for your thoughtful question, Senator Ciccarella. Representative Yacarino.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Quick questions, I guess, to yourself or Representative Turco. I just read through the S language. So my understanding of the law is if you use a credit card, any credit card, this type of credit card or your personal, say, Bank of America credit card, the law is you don't pay interest until after the cycle, 30 days. Why would these credit cards charge interest day one? Well, he said day one. And then also, I have a dog and we bring him to the vet. We never pay until we pick up Cody. So and thirdly is it's against the law to charge somebody or have somebody to agree to something when you're under anesthesia. And you said when you're under anesthesia, that's against the law currently. So if that happens, it's void. The deal would be void because it's against the law. You're not cognizant. I don't know if you're aware of that. Those three questions to you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So through you, Mr. Chairman, on the first question, because these products start out with a 0% interest introductory period for 6 months, a year, and it's deferred interest, the interest starts getting accrued on day one. They act differently than the MasterCard you may have in your pocket now. So when that introductory period's over, it's that 33% plus interest from the original balance on day one of the 6 months or the year. So that's on your first question. On the
If you pay it by law, you don't pay interest though, before the time.
Exactly.
Okay, we have to make that clear. Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, if you pay within the introductory period, you will not be charged any interest. But if you do not pay it in the introductory period, you're not charged the 33% plus interest on what's left. You're charged it on the original balance. Even if you have $1 left on that balance, you're charged on the original $5,000, $10,000. That's the model. On your question regarding if it's illegal with somebody that is under anesthesia or sedation, I believe that it most likely is, but this is actual consumer complaints that they have. Even here in Connecticut, we heard it from somebody that testified, and throughout the nation. California included it in their legislation. I believe New York did too, to just specify that, to be clear, because it's happening. So, and if you could repeat your second question, please.
So when I drop Cody off, for me or my wife drop Cody off, we don't pay until we pick him up. And if there was an emergency a couple of years ago, actually, we were in session and something happened to his back. We had to make a deposit, but we didn't pay it in full until we picked him up. But we knew that going in, and I understand some people can't afford it, and I get it. I could tell stories 10 years ago, when 2008, 2009, I was paying a killer interest during the recession from my business, but I got through that. But the fact is, we knew that going in, but we don't have to pay. And if we make an appointment for Cody now, nobody charges you 6 months ahead of time. It's against the law, I think, actually. You can't charge somebody 6 months ahead of time. You would mention 6 months ahead of time they charge you. That just doesn't happen. And if you let that happen as a consumer, you're a little nuts. I'm sorry. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
That's all. I'm not trying to fight you. I'm just trying to
No,
flush this out for myself.
no,
And it's well intended. I get it.
Yeah.
And that was my second question.
through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm glad to hear that some of the components in the bill you believe are already illegal and are not happening. I mean, that says to me that they're okay being in the bill. It further enforces it, but they shouldn't happen anyway, right? So, yeah, through you.
I appreciate your time, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to flush a little out. Thank you.
Great. Are there any further questions? I believe Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I just want to start off, and maybe Mr. Representative Turco would like to answer these also. I just want to, first and foremost, thank you for bringing this forward, because I was enlightened by what was going on. But after doing a little bit of more of my own research, and I get it that, after, let's say, the 12 months, part of that is that it's retroactive going back. But some people that don't have the best of credit now are paying in the high 20s on interest on a regular credit card. So this might be actually a money saving option. Granted, it hits that time that you talk about. And I like the pieces about you can't start charging 2 months in advance of your procedure because you're not sure of it, because you're probably still thinking it's 12 months from my procedure. I agree with that. The part that I almost think, though, that is that this may be a better financial option for some that actually follow the regulations or follow the requirement. So that's kind of where I struggle, and I actually struggle with the fact that it's not being offered, like promoted. And I don't mean promoted, and I don't mean right after our meeting the next day I had a dentist appointment. And guess what I asked my dentist? Hey, do you take this medical card? He goes, yeah, we do. It costs us 10%. So we don't really encourage people. So already it's not being encouraged. So that's kind of my two areas if you wanted to talk about that. But that's my hesitation on this. Not the value of that we want to enlighten people on this. Make it more, maybe we should regulate that they can't charge back. But I guess that would be financially, they wouldn't be in the business then, I'm sure. So these are the two hangups I have. The fact that somebody can't at least have a display of it in a way that, hey, that may be your only option, and it may be money saving as opposed to your regular credit cards. Any thoughts on that, Representative, or through you, Mr. Chair?
Representative Turco.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for your question. And I completely agree with you. There can be circumstances for some patients, some consumers, where this product is the best product to pay for their health care or their pet's health care than any other option available to them. And that's why I did not want to limit the availability for a consumer to be able to use the product. Also did not want to limit if the consumer, just like you, asked your dentist about the product to say, yeah, we do take it, and to advertise with a sticker on their window or on their website that they do take it. So when the patient asks about it, they can hand them the materials so they could sign up for it right there in the office and pay for their service. So I didn't want to limit the consumer at all. It's what we've heard of the times when, unfortunately, and maybe it is bad actors like Senator Ciccarella said, but we have to regulate against bad actors as a consumer protection and protect our constituents, right? The cases where it seems like patients are being steered towards these products without being able to consider other alternatives is where we're trying to get that balance here. So,
and I thank you for that answer, because when I go out shopping, I can tell you whether it's somebody at a store selling me solar or, hey, do you have our such and such a card? At almost every instance. So it's almost like a practice that's out there regularly. So it didn't seem like this would be much different and maybe a better financial solution. So I'll listen to the dialogue on this and look forward to probably not support it now, but look forward to saying and maybe cleaning up some of that. But I tell you what, it was, again, appreciate the opportunity and the fact that you brought this forward to us to enlighten us on this product. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ackert. Representative Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also want to thank you, Rep. Turco, for bringing this, a really important issue for us to all consider here. I just want to talk a little bit about starting on line 92. And then there's 4 sections here that talk about charging a credit card, including but not limited to a medical credit card. So now you're including any credit card, right? And at first I was concerned about including any regular credit card, but as I look at these sections, these services are something that are, I don't know what to say, maybe onerous. Like, so it's services paying for services before they're provided, paying for services covered by other insurance for a person and for an animal, and ancillary products. So now, if these are all let's say, undesirable things, why are we limiting it to credit cards? Can we pay for these by check then? Or should we limit these in a broader sense is my question. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Did you?
Sure.
Representative Turco.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chairman, and
Yeah.
thank you for the question. So, yeah, I would have liked to have limited only to medical credit cards, but, based on the testimony we received, that the providers can't always tell if it's a medical credit card versus another credit card. We had to broaden that language. But it is saying for those ancillary products, the gift baskets that people receive, they could still charge that on the card, any card. They just have to get written permission from the consumer, because we heard stories and we read about stories where consumers went home with this gift baskets of products and they didn't know that it was being charged to their credit card. So we want the patient to understand it wasn't just a gift. When I go to the dentist, I get the toothbrush, the toothpaste, and the floss. It's built into the price of what they're charging me. I kind of feel like it's free, right? But some consumers maybe get some extra products, some mouthwash and things like that. They're actually getting billed for it. They didn't know about it. So for any credit card, it's probably a good practice the consumer signs off and agrees to that. It's probably for any credit card good practice too that they don't get charged before the actual service takes place. Someone used the example, the service gets rescheduled. Well, the clock's ticking on that interest, and maybe they're not going to have it now for another 3 months. So that's probably a good benefit for protecting consumers, whether it's a credit card or a medical credit card. I didn't want to have to expand it to that. It was really to address the concerns from the practices themselves and give them that flexibility, but it's probably a good thing. So through you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Jensen.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for that. And through you, Mr. Chair, then can I just follow up? Let's just focus on starting on line 92. This is about paying for services before they're performed, right? And it says that you can't use a credit card, including a medical credit card. But it's okay to pay for services before they're performed with another form of payment? Like cash? That's kind of my question, right? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Turco.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if that is fair to the consumer either, but those products you pay with check, you pay by cash, you're not starting to accrue interest. So in this bill, we're really dealing with these deferred interest products that if you pay it off in that 6 months or the year and you don't have to pay any interest, that's great. But we want to ensure the consumer gets that full length of time in fairness to them from when the actual service was provided. So that's why it's just dealing with credit cards and not cash or check. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Turco.
Yes. Thank you for that. So this bill is focused on the credit card and the accrued interest, not so much on the service itself, right? If I could summarize, yes.
Yeah,
All right, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Are there any further questions? Okay, hearing none. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Okay, the motion is to JFS to the floor, item number 14, House Bill 5127, an act concerning medical credit cards, LCO number 2945. Senator Maroney,
Yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Fanfara, Representative Turco,
Yes.
Senator Ciccarella,
No.
Representative Retigliano, Representative Ackert, Representative Ali Brennan,
Ali Brennan votes yes.
Representative Anaskovich, Senator Gadkar Wilcox,
Senator Gadkar Wilcox votes yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Jensen, Senator Kissel, Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg,
Yes.
Representative Martinez,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Osborne votes yes.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Paolillo,
Yes.
Representative Pemberton,
Yes.
Representative Santos, Representative Santos, I thought I saw you try to turn your camera on. We could come back. Representative Yakarino.
Yes.
Okay, Representative Santos?
Can you hear me? Yes, I vote yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. Next item, item number 15, House Bill 5128, an act concerning direct-to-consumer genetic testing. I would entertain a motion to JFS this item to the floor with LCO 2646.
So moved.
Moved by Representative Lamar. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Turco. Okay, is there any discussion on this? We know that, Representative Lamar.
Thank you. This bill brought to us by the Attorney General deals with a very well-known issue that occurred a few years ago where a direct consumer genetic testing company went through a bankruptcy process, ultimately raising the concern inspector of the idea of genetic information that had been submitted to that company being potentially exploitable or for sale or purchase on the open marketplace. The Attorney General has been working closely with attorneys general across the country and different legislative action groups that have been pushing to get some consideration for individual personal genetic data information to be protected. The bill seeks to clarify what the responsibilities and disclosures are and what those protections are for individuals across the state to ensure that individuals do not have their genetic data shared openly without their expressed consent. The JFS language that you have before us makes sure that this bill does not apply to any licensed healthcare provider who may be taking DNA or within the scope of practice orders some genetic testing for a medical purpose. In those circumstances, it might be very useful to be able to share quickly genetic information for expressed medical purposes. We do know that this bill is enjoying some broad support, even from the genetic testing companies themselves. The issue is, as proposed by the Attorney General, this would give an individual private right of action if there is a perceived violation of the law. Those companies themselves would prefer if that authority was retained solely within the Attorney General's office. And so that will be the focus of our conversations moving forward, both with the companies, the Attorney General's office, and the leadership of this committee to clarify what the appropriate way to handle any violations of this law will be. And with that, Mr. Chair, I move on.
Thank you very much for that explanation. Is there any discussion? Representative Retigliano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I really appreciate Chairman Lamar's comments. That was our concern. We are generally supportive of the bill. We'd like to see it go forward, and we are thankful for the commitment to discuss the private right of action provision that's in the bill. We are on the side of leaving this authority or this ability with the Attorney General's office. So with that, any objection, fellas, where we're going to offer this for the consent calendar?
Okay, great. Is there any objection to offering this to the consent calendar? Hearing none. Item number 15, House Bill 5128, LCO 2646 is added to the consent calendar. Next, item 16, House Bill 5222, the DCP's big bill, I guess is a way to put it. JFS to the floor, LCO 2968. I would entertain a motion to JFS this to the floor with LCO 2968.
So, second.
Moved by Senator Kissel, seconded by Representative Lamar, with a third by Representative Ackert. Just to go over the S language, one of the big issues here was we had heard a lot of testimony from the accountants. They were in opposition to, I believe it was the first two sections, and they have been removed so they can work that out. Is there any further discussion on this bill? Okay, hearing none. Is there any objection to adding this to the consent calendar? All right, with no objection, item number 16, House Bill 5222 is added to the consent calendar. Item number 17, House Bill 5223, an act establishing a task force to study issues concerning grocery store beer permits. I would entertain a motion to JF this to the floor.
So move. Second.
Moved by Representative Lamar, seconded by Representative Retigliano. Is there any discussion? Thank you to Representative Lamar for his work on bringing this issue to the committee. Is there any objection to adding this to the consent calendar? Okay, hearing none. Item number 17 is added to the consent calendar. Item number 18, House Bill 5224, an act concerning Department of Consumer Protection's recommendations regarding various guarantee funds. JFS, I would entertain a motion to JFS this to the floor with LCO 2973.
So move, Mr. Chair. Second.
Moved by Representative Lamar, seconded by Representative Retigliano. Are there questions? Or is there any discussion on this? I'm sorry. Okay. Hearing none, is there any objection to adding this to the consent calendar? Okay, hearing none. Item number 18, House Bill 5224, LCO 2973 is added to the consent calendar. Item number 19, House Bill 5225, an act prohibiting certain licenses and registrants from selling, dispensing, and transferring or delivering any drug or device to execute a sentence of death. I would entertain a motion to JFS this to the floor, LCO 2946.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
The item has been moved. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Representative Lamar, seconded by Representative Turco. Is there any discussion on this bill? Representative Ackert.
Yeah, no, I just was reading the testimony on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the Connecticut Hospital Association wrote in opposition of this legislation. Has that been addressed in the S language? And to their, I mean, I struggle with this bill anyways, just to be honest with you. But when I see the Hospital Association weighing in on it with an opposition as well, it brings me to, more of a concern.
Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Hospital Association's language we don't think is applicable to the certain limitations that we have here. This bill simply prohibits the sale and manufacture of certain drugs to someone that knowingly intends to use them to execute a sentence of death. Broadly, all it does is authorizes DCP or the Commissioner of Pharmacy, depending on their credentials, to take various actions when a credential holder, person who makes the drug, sells it to someone who knows that it will be used by someone to execute a death sentence imposed by a court. We could not find any justification that the Connecticut Hospital Association used that would implicate the very specific standards that were considered by this bill. Similarly, there were concerns from veterinarians raised in the past with respect to whether or not this would limit their ability to use these drugs for putting Fido to sleep if necessary. Again, we do not think that the term that we used, which is someone to execute a death sentence imposed by a court, we think clarifies that does not include those circumstances either. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to follow up on that, so would that be only for somebody being, which we can't do in Connecticut, it would be any location that company would be hired to provide that product through anywhere in this globe? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's it for now.
To further clarify, if they know that the drug will be used under those circumstances. Like if they're going to provide it to somebody in another state for other purposes, that's perfectly fine. If the drug has other applicable uses anywhere in the country, even in states that or across the globe that, use it for those intended purposes that have nothing to do with the execution of a death penalty, you can continue to distribute those drugs to those companies. You cannot do so if you knowingly are giving it for the purpose of executing a sentence of death.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll leave it at that for now, but thank you for that clarification. Bill Nye might be supporting it, but I do appreciate those answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion, Representative Vitigliano?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I won't belabor the point. We had this bill last year where I thought we had an exhaustive discussion about it last year. We do not have the death penalty here in Connecticut, but we have a company that employs people, that pays taxes, that manufactures a drug that apparently has many uses to somebody other than the death penalty. I don't think it's our job or something that we're supposed to be doing to telling them, someone who's manufacturing a legal product and selling it to other people in other states that we don't have jurisdiction over, how to use the drug. So without getting to a long protracted discussion, I'm going to be voting no, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Vitigliano. Is there any further discussion? All right, hearing none. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Okay, this will be a roll call vote on item number 19. We're going to JFS to the floor, LCO 2946 for House Bill 5225, an act prohibiting certain licensees and registrants from selling, dispensing, transferring, or delivering any drug or device to execute a sentence of death. Senator Maroney,
Yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Fanfara, Representative Turco,
Yes.
Senator Ciccarella, Representative Vertigliano, Representative Ackert, Representative Ali Brennan,
Representative Ali Brennan votes yes.
Representative Aniskovic, Senator Gadkar Wilcox,
Senator Gadkar Wilcox votes yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Jensen, Senator Kissel, Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg,
Yes.
Representative Martinez,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Rep. Osborne votes yes.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Paolillo,
Yes.
Representative Pemberton,
Yes.
Representative Santos.
Santos votes yes.
Okay, and I can see you there, even though you're not popping up on this, on the screen right now. Representative Yacarino.
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Next item, item number 20, House Bill 5227, an act concerning mold remediation. I would entertain a motion to JFS this bill to the floor with LCO 3012.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Representative Lamar, seconded by Representative Vitigliano. Is there any discussion on this bill? Representative Acker.
Thank you. So we have many different licenses in the state to do different types of work, whether it's a new construction, home improvement contractor. So are we creating a completely new registration for this? There's multiple things in here. So is that what we're doing? I'm like, I have a home improvement contractor registration. Are we now registering as a mold remediate? Because there are companies that do this. Is that what we're doing? Is that
Yes, we're creating the commercial mold remediation registration. So the companies would have to register. And then section 2 says that no person shall perform commercial mold remediation in this state unless they are registered.
And I appreciate that. And to follow up on that, so commercial does not mean the facility. Commercial means the company. It's a company doing work on any type of facility.
It is mold. So from lines 3 to 9, commercial mold remediation means mold remediation performed in any building or any portion thereof that is not used or designed to be used as a dwelling place, private residence, or residential renter property, as such terms are defined, and does not include any home improvement performed by a contractor, as such terms are defined. So commercial would mean, in my reading of that definition, would be for commercial buildings.
Okay, so that's that's where we're going with. Okay,
Yeah.
at this time, I'm going to be in support of this legislation, and then I'll get more clarification on it. But at this point, so it's if somebody had come in and do work in a commercial facility, they want to have somebody that's got certain background on doing this. So I'll be in support of this and make sure I get the clarification on it and move forward. But thank you for the clarification on that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Vitigliano?
I think I'm okay. I'm in support of the legislation because I was just going to go over the fact that there are many companies out there and the people who pretend to do this work but really may not have any qualifications. It's really more of a consumer protection thing. I just let it be known that we're not normally in favor of adding licenses and putting barriers to people performing work. But I guess mold is a serious issue. It can be a serious issue, and it deserves a little bit more discussion that there's people out there claiming to be able to do these things and sell them that may or may not be qualified to actually do it. And mold is a serious health risk. We wouldn't let somebody build a commercial stairwell or do a roof if they weren't at least have a builder's license or a contractor's license. So in that vein, I think it's important that we support it for now, and we may have problems and we want to fix it afterwards, but I think it's at least a worthy discussion. So everybody okay with it?
Just to the good ranking member's clarification, you could build a building under 60 feet tall without any licensure in the state of Connecticut. You can't build a house, though, without licensure in the state of Connecticut. So if you want to do a 59.5-foot Walmart, party on. But we have we have some weird licensing in the state of Connecticut here. So
I guess that's another discussion for another committee meeting.
Thank you,
Sounds like
Mr.
an
Chair.
excellent task force.
Thank you for allowing me to elaborate.
Representative Yakarino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with most of what Reps Vitigliano mentioned. And I would say that most companies, that remediation companies now are licensed, which is a good thing. And I think this would attempt to get rid of the people that are not licensed or bad actors. So I think most are licensed, which is a good thing already, but this would hopefully push out the bad people or get them to get their training and licensing. So I'll support it today.
Right. Thank you. And just to clarify, this is a registration where they have to register, but you're right, they have to have another license in order to register. So, or an accreditation or certification. So, okay. All right. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. Is there any objection to putting this item on the consent calendar? All right. Hearing none. Item number 20, House Bill 5227, LCO 3012 is added to the consent calendar. Next item. Item number 21, House Bill 5228, an act concerning cigarette dealers and electronic nicotine delivery system and vapor product dealers. I would entertain a motion to JFS this to the floor, LCO 2941.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Representative Lamar, seconded by Representative Vitigliano. Is there any discussion on this? So we did receive some testimony and some outreach from premium cigar dealers who were concerned that they were drawn into this. And so there was a clarification to make sure that they are not drawn into this. And so basically this would just limit the vape shops to be licensed in the way that we currently license liquor stores at only 2,500, one per every 2,500 residents of a community. Okay, is there any further discussion? Is there any objection to placing this item on the consent calendar? Okay, hearing none. Item number 21 is placed on the consent calendar. Okay, next, item number 22, House Bill 5229, an act concerning gaming. I would entertain a motion to JFS this to the floor with LCO 3090.
So moved, Mr. Chair. Second.
Moved by Representative Lamar, seconded by Representative Vitigliano. Is there any discussion on this?
Senator Austin has her hand up online.
Okay, Senator Austin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be a no on this today. There still is no agreement with both tribal nations and this issue and the issues that are raised within the confines of this piece of legislation. And to keep myself up on anything that has to do with two of the largest employers in the state. I'm going to vote no for its possible impact on the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Austin. And we will continue to work on this bill as it leaves the committee before it gets to the floor. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, Representative Pemberton has his hand up online.
Okay, Representative Pemberton.
Yeah, so, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, yeah, so I'm in agreement with Kathy Austin. We need to get some more clarity with that, so I'm gonna have to say no to that too as well.
Thank you. Understood, Representative Pemberton. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Okay, this is item number 22, House Bill number 5229, an act concerning gaming. The motion is to JFS to the floor, LCO 3090. Senator Maroney,
Yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Fanfara, Representative Turco,
Yes.
Senator Ciccarella, Representative Vertigliano, Representative Ackert, Representative Ali Brennan,
Representative Ali Brennan votes yes.
Representative Aniskovich, Senator Gadkar Wilcox,
Senator Gadkar Wilcox is yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Jensen, Senator Kissel, Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg,
Yes.
Representative Martinez,
Yes.
Representative Osborne, Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the negative.
Representative Paolillo,
Yes.
Representative Pemberton,
I vote no.
Representative Santos, Representative Yakarino.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, next, item number 23, House Bill 5349, an act establishing a task force to study the operations of the Department of Consumer Protection. I would entertain a motion to JF this to the floor.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, moved by Representative Lamar, seconded by Senator Kissel. Is there any discussion on this? Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we may need to look into all these weird height restrictions we have. But not homes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be a no on this until I see the language regarding the construction of large commercial buildings and they should be licensed. No, so I will be a no on this one right now. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Okay, this is item 23, House Bill 5349, an act establishing a task force to study the operations of the Department of Consumer Protection. The motion is to JF to the floor. Senator Maroney,
Yes.
Representative Lamar,
Yes.
Senator Fanfara, Representative Turco,
Yes.
Senator Ciccarella, Representative Vertigliano, Representative Ackert, Representative Ali Brennan, Representative Aniskovich, Senator Gadkar Wilcox,
Senator Gadkar Wilcox is yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Jensen, Senator Kissel, Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg,
Yes.
Representative Martinez.
Yes.
Representative Osborne, Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Paolillo.
Yes.
Representative Pemberton,
Yes.
Representative Santos.
Santos votes yes.
One more time, Representative Santos, I couldn't see you.
Santos votes yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Yakarino.
Yakarino votes yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Rep.
Great.
Ali Brennan is here and I vote yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Representative.
Okay, thank you. That completes the items on the agenda. Madam Clerk, will you please call the consent calendar?
Just a moment, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Okay. The motion is to approve the items on the consent calendar. We have item 1, SB 116, an act concerning the prevention of human trafficking. The motion is to JFS to the floor, LCO 2860. Item number 3, SB 118, an act concerning baby food products and toxic heavy metals. The motion is to JFS to the floor, LCO 2972. Item 4, SB 119. Item 4, SB 119, an act concerning used motor vehicle warranties. The motion is to JF to the floor. Item 5, SB 228, an act concerning liquor permits and tobacco bars. The motion is to JFS to the floor, LCO 2919. Item 6, SB 230, an act concerning the Department of Consumer Protection's recommendations regarding liquor control. The motion is to JFS to the floor, LCO 2923. Item 7, SB 231, an act concerning the Department of Consumer Protection's recommendations regarding cannabis regulation and electronic nicotine delivery system dealer registration, JFS to the floor, LCO 2963. Item 8, SB 232, an act concerning streaming video services and the volume of commercial advertisements, JF to the floor. Item 9, SB 233, an act concerning solar contractors and consumer protections regarding solar energy, JFS to the floor, LCO 2927. Item 11, HB 5037, an act promoting the safety of minors on social media platforms, JF to the floor. Item 12, HB 5125, an act concerning entertainment event tickets, JFS to the floor, LCO 2958. Item 13, HB 5126, an act concerning the legislative commissioner's recommendations for minor and technical revisions to statutes concerning consumer protection, JF to the floor. Item 15, HB 5128, an act concerning direct-to-consumer genetic testing, JFS to the floor, LCO 2646. Item 16, HB 5222, an act concerning the Department of Consumer Protection's recommendations regarding various statutes concerning consumer protection, JFS to the floor, LCO 2968. Item 17, HB 5223, an act establishing a task force to study issues concerning grocery store beer permits, JF to the floor. Item 18, HB 5224, an act concerning the Department of Consumer Protection's recommendations regarding various guarantee funds, JFS to the floor, LCO 2973. Item 20, HB 5227, an act concerning mold remediation, JFS to the floor, LCO 3012. Item 21, HB 5228, an act concerning cigarette dealers and electronic nicotine delivery system and vapor product dealers, JFS to the floor, LCO 2941. Okay. Senator Barone.
Yes.
Representative Lamar.
Yes.
Senator Fanfara. Representative Turco.
Yes.
Senator Ciccarella.
Yes.
Representative Vertigliano. Representative Ackert. Representative Ali Brennan.
Ali Brennan votes yes.
Representative Aniskovich. Senator Gadkar Wilcox.
Senator Gadkar Wilcox votes yes.
Representative Gibson. Representative Jensen. Senator Kissel. Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg.
Yes.
Representative Martinez.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Paolillo,
Yes.
Representative Pemberton,
Yes.
Representative Santos, Representative Yakarino.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you very much. So votes will be held open till 4 o'clock. Our next meeting is next Monday, March 16th at noon. The location or the room will be announced later this week. So with that, any comments?
Cannolis, cookies, ready to go.
Thank you to Representative Lamar for bringing some confections, fine confections from the city of New Haven. We are adjourned we are in recess until 4 p.m., at which time we are adjourned. Thank you.
Betsy, I'm all set, right?
Let me just double check for you, Senator Lopes.
Sure.
Um, let me see. I've got you on the consent calendar. I've got you for item 10. I've got you for item 14. I've got you for 19. You're there for 22. And you are there for 23. You are all set.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yep, bye.
Bye. Hi, Rep. Santos.
Hello, Betsy. How are you?
Good. How you doing? Let me see what we had to grab you for here.
I lost connection there twice.
Oh, well, that makes sense because it looks like we didn't have you for the consent calendar.
And there was a vote before that I thought I missed.
Right.
There was a
Here.
second to the last vote before the consent calendar I did, and then I thought there was one before that.
Yeah, let me double check there too. I just happen to have the consent calendar on
Oh, no
top.
worries.
Yeah, let me see in the back here. Yeah, you're right. The item 225229, the gaming bill.
Yep. Yes on
Okay.
that.
Okay. And let me see. We got you for that one. We got you on the medical credit cards. We got you on the task force. So the consent calendar was the one left.
I'll vote on yes on that too.
Okay, great.
And then when's the next meeting? I heard the chair mention.
Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. Oh, Monday. Today's
Monday.
Wednesday. So I'm
Okay.
pulling double duty. I've been pulling double duty. I was covering two committees, so
I
I'm a
heard you
little
say that
scrambling.
last night. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
But
Well,
no,
good luck.
Monday here. Monday.
Monday. Okay. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye now.
Bye.